So, hey guys, or anyone who's jumping in and watching, you don't have to watch. I figured since I have to do it anyway, and to keep myself from getting utterly distracted by everything else that's going on, I would do a behind the scenes of how I do my editing process. Most of this I'm just doing, most of the time when I do this, I'm doing this not today, but I have left everything till the last minute because it's been a shitty week. So I figured, well, I'll just do it just chatting, and we can do some behind the scenes, and I'll show you sort of my process of how I'm putting together the car art stuff. It's not the entire process usually because the entire process takes like 4 to 5 days often to do. Most of that being getting the footage itself, getting the music stuff sorted, and all of the bits. But I basically have pretty much all of the bits right here that are needed. Actually, give me 1 second. I've just got to check a folder. I'm just gonna open up all the folders that I need, so I'm not like clicking through that and making a mess. So I will be right back. Let me just go to starting soon, actually, because we're right at the start anyway. Just in case I have something bad. Right. So, what was I getting? Oh yeah, the footage. Right, we're back. Right, so basically what I was doing there is I was going and opening up the folders. I don't want to give away future projects that could be coming up on my YouTube channel, so I basically got past the folders where any spoilers would be possible, basically. Because I've still got, I don't know, a little bit longer to continue doing this. As I set myself the goal to do a car video a week for a year. I, however, this weekend won't have a brand new car. This is just the drift edit. So, we've got the music. Here's the song that I wanted. So I'm going to put this in. Luckily, this song is copyright friendly. For me, personally, it's hard to find music that is copyright friendly. This is the pan shots that I got, which is the raw footage, basically. Which it's got a double audio, because this is all the audio on this track, and then the 3 tracks down here are game audio, and then was it my microphone and my buddy's microphone, which is just us talking and doing the game stuff. Now, for the pan shots, we don't need any of that. We will need that later, not for this footage though. So this is I think it was 17 minutes worth of pan shots. So basically, I'm going to go through with the scrub tool. I really like Marvy because the scrub tool is very accurate, so I can see the clip that I'm doing here. So let's see, this one here, okay, that someone drove through it. So from here, I'm going to clip that out. This whole end piece is useless footage, basically. So I'm going to get rid of that. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through, I'm going to cut out, basically, let's see. We got a start piece up, so I change camera angle here, or direction. So, whoop. There we go. So I'm going to cut that, and this here is a shot right here of the camera panning along the car. I go around the car. My phone's going off. That's always good. And we go up it there. Okay, so this one here, see how see the jerk in the camera there? I don't like that, so I'm going to take that there. That's one clip. And well, we went all the way around the car, we came back across and we went over the bonnet, and then I sort of moved the camera down, position it into another shot. So let's do that there. And we'll get rid of the thing in the middle. And there we go. And now this shot is its own shot. Basically, because I've got 17 minutes of this junk, what I'll do is I'll go through, just with a skim tool usually, see, okay, I was doing a shot there with my mate in the background, and then someone in the public lobby drove through my car, because in camera mode, they can do that. So I was like, ah, you bastard. In fact, I wonder what the audio is. Hopefully it's 2S friendly. Yeah. I was pretty pissed off, apparently, because I'm like, oh yeah, I got this really cool shot of all the cars and my mate's car and my car, and damn it. So that whole shot there is ruined. Okay, so this one's good though. You go like this. And the reason I'm doing this from the end backwards is just because normally I'd start at the beginning, but sometimes, like usually when I'm filming this sort of stuff, like the pan shots and the raws, the shots I take get better as I progress. So when I start doing it, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't done a lot of the shots. I'll usually just do some pan arounds of the car. Sorry, I'm very tired. It's been a day. Alright, so we got like a zoom in here. Someone also drove through that shot. Well, that's a pain. Can we salvage any of this? We can salvage it from there. Bam, salvage it from there. And this is, I zoom into the headlight. So we're going to cut it there. Bam, that's a clip that we can use. That'll be good for like a little transition clip. You'll see later in the piece. Okay, so then I do like a zoom past the wheel here. We could slow this down if we need like a super close action shot. And so what we're going to do is, let's see. Okay, so that one's kind of crap. No, I've got enough shots of that section of wheel. I don't need that. So there we go. Get rid of that one. And the idea of this is just to sort of weed out all the crappy spots where I didn't have, where I was transitioning to another shot. So there you go. We got that. It comes up. It goes around. And then this guy pulls into my view. Cut that there. We'll delete that. Hey there, welcome to chat. I think I left in my thing the server command, which will bring up whatever game I was last playing server. I'm just doing a just chatting today though, because this is just sort of like, okay, so here's a really cool one. I did a, where we got it? We got like, I was like, I'm going to do a shot where I come out of the exhaust pipe. So we're going to cut it here. And then this shot here is coming out of the exhaust pipe and then panning up and around the car, going back along the side. Okay, and then I went to transition the camera there, so we're going to end the shot here. Bam. Then we can get rid of this whole chunk. And this is basically what I'll do. I'll go through, I'll sort out a bunch of the pan shots, ones I like, ones I don't like, and then I'll sort of narrow it down of what I'm going to use in the final edit. I usually do this relatively quickly. I'm not usually streaming this, so this might be potentially bad. Okay, so it goes to there, and then I transition to the next shot. Do that. Let's see. This part takes a little bit of time, but the payout in the end is just less headache for me. Better shots for the edit, and just an easier process later down the line when I'm up. Someone drove through that one. Okay, so pop it there. I'm using ripple delete, which just moves everything up. If I did just say delete this clip, right, I would have to ripple delete that. Or I could go ripple delete up here, which does both of those moves for me and just saves me a little bit of time. It's all about time frame. It's all about time frame. So let's see, we got that's kind of a cool shot. Going around. I mean, I've got a lot of the front of the car. Oh, okay, hold on. What do I do here? Okay, so. Oops, and I missed that. I clicked too far off of the orange thing. The orange thing, if you click near it, usually, see how it's highlighting it, it will clip on it. If I click too far, if I'm too quick and I do that, then it'll cut the scene somewhere I don't want. So that comes out, we show the whole car, and then I start changing shots. So that one's kind of cool for like a bit of reflections on that. Now the display image is slightly lower resolution than the than what the outcome will be, just so I can skim through it all and not wait for this, basically this part of it, to have to render in the final sort of high fidelity that it would be rendering in to do. Okay, so we're going to cut that there. I don't think I need all of this part here. Actually, do I need... I might actually keep both of those, because that's a pan shot from the front of the car. You go around. Okay, we can get rid of that. I don't need it. I've got to be brutal with myself with what I am going to use and what I'm not going to use. That's a kind of cool shot where we pan into the car there. So, oh yeah, this is the one where I did like the sweeper shot. This is a really cool shot right here. So let's move this one up to the front of the pack. This shot right here, if I cut it at the right point, right? Do this. That's the song as well that we're going to use. So hopefully it's also stream friendly. And I'll have to edit this all together. This actually could be... That could be absolutely everything I need at the start of this, to be honest. Well, we had someone go through the shot there, so it's a good thing I proof watched that. Proof watching is a really good thing. Yeah, right there. So I'm gonna like clip it here, and the whole tail end of this is pretty much useless. It's half a shot that didn't work. Anyway, before I start getting into the nitty-gritty of editing everything, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back through this part of the edit here. See, I'm changing camera angles there. So from where it's bright. And then we can do from this part here, get rid of this middle section here. We can do, ooh, hello. Okay, so we want to do it from here, cut that, and then back to this. This is a shot that draws over the roof, over the wing, and down out to the back. Ooh, I wish I had more time. There are songs that have more time at the front of them that I could go and grab. I'm just going to rock through this. There's also another one, I guess, where I went through the wing, over the roof, down the bonnet. So we're going to crop this one here. And this was repositioning the camera angle, and someone driving through me on a scene that obviously is broken now. So we'll do like this. Get rid of this part. Now it took a little while to get like the shots, also being in a, oh, that's a nice shot right there. Pan out through the window. Very nice. Actually, whoops. But I can't just click on that. What we might do is extend this one out. So I didn't realize that was there, and I thought this was just useless. We might actually be able to use that clip up to the cargo thrust, so we'll just leave that one in for now. We can always adjust it later. And we'll crop this one here. Every, like, even though it's sometimes just really tiny amounts of time that I'm chopping out of these, all of it really helps. It helps to sort of get an idea roughly where all the action in the clip is. So when I'm editing it to a time frame, here we go. We're going to zoom out here. Right? How stable is this? Okay. So right about here, I start actually zooming out properly, and it's nice and smooth. And then we zoom around, and then it goes in through the windscreen. All right, cool. And then this one before this is a big old pan shot, and we don't need it because we've already got this. So we'll delete. I'm going to add a fade in to this. Nope, more of a fade in. Even more of a fade in. There we go, it's a bit better. Okay, so that one's the pan out of the car one. That's the pan into the car one. This one ends on the right hand side, so we don't want a right hand side shot. A left hand side shot. Let's take half of this one, move it up over this, get rid of this one. And so the chopping and editing begins. This is a slower entry song, so we want to go with there's the drop. Here, I think, right? It's gonna go black for a second. Right there. Hey, Simmy, how you going, man? I thought I'd just stream and show like the background of like when I do my edits, because I have been super lazy this week and didn't get it done, and it is Friday night and it needs to go up tomorrow morning. So I'm like, well, normally I do it over an extended period of time. This time I've crammed it into, now I have to do it all tonight before I go to sleep. So I figured I'd just stream it. Alright. Now, we got this panning in here. I want to do something here where this beat is. True variety. That's true. So I want to do a snap through fade there. And then there's another one here, another beat there. Alright. Or I can snap it back. Okay, so we got to find a clip that'll fit into that, because it won't be that one because that's a push through. So let's do that one or this one. I'm gonna try it with this one. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Right. I'm just gonna try it with a jump cut, and then we'll adjust. How you going, Stem? What have you been up to? Alright, so what we want to do with this is we want to push this part of the video out a little bit more and bring this one in. I think we can jump cut to this a little bit closer to over the boot. Probably about there, right? So bring this one in, extend this one out. Not quite. I got my long blades to level 5 on the server. Not sure if it was worth it, but the day is gone. On Revs or which server? I know there's a few of them kicking around now. I don't think this shot works for this part, so I'm just going to go back through all the changes I made to it, send it back to where I have it in the stack of shots. There's probably another shot somewhere I can use. Like that one, maybe. Oh, that's a push out. Revs. And that's good, that'll help. I mean, I plan on doing revs this weekend so I can help push them all. It's just, it's not a stream day today. Technically neither is tomorrow, but you know, we'll see. See how things go. I might use this one, actually. This one looks like it'll fit. Yep. So this is pushing over the side piece. I zoomed in there. Is this cut off before? Nope. Okay. Alright. I'm going to chuck this one on an above one and then minus out, like turn off its visibility, and that way we'll keep that in reserve, right? We'll keep that one in reserve. We can make that one work, potentially. But we'll try and go with something different. One of these ones, maybe. The mall is almost done. I just don't want to finish it solo. It's supposed to be a group action, so I've been clearing elsewhere. Yeah, I mean that's what I did with making the fob for it. I saw a few people who needed to log out to go to the bathroom almost pop when they were when they needed to log out to go to the bathroom. They're like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, kind of thing, right? Like they were going to explode because they had to drive all the way back to West Point in order to be safe. So I'm like, you know what? Oh, actually, this will work. That'll work. You can take that one. That's about the right size. So I was like, I'll just make a really, like, it's not pretty at all. It's not some, it's a fob for pushing them all. It's not pretty. It's just quick to build, that kind of thing, right? It's not something made to last. It's made to be somewhere people can log off, somewhere people can restock, and somewhere we can make pipe bombs without zombies up our ass to push into the mall. But like that was basically the end of my streaming days last week, and I know how much people play this, like play when they play multiplayer, and I'm like, I am gonna be so far behind when I come back. But I was like, I could have pushed them all on my own, but it just didn't feel right. I mean, I'd been on the entire day, like, but it was daytime, my time, so most people aren't on at that time, and it just didn't feel right. Same as you say, to push it because it's meant to be a group activity. And so I just built the fob and logged off. But I'm not surprised that it's basically done. That kind of works. Bam. What we might do here, we might add a fade out at the end. No, because it's going to fade through. Ooh, you know what we could do here? Add a splice. We'll add a splice. We'll splice this. And then we can add a fade out. Splice it out. Oh, that's going to start fading before the other clip is out, isn't it? Back. Assuming he plays A, after you were there, I went in and cleared out most of the parking lot. Specifically Rev's car, so he can log in tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, that's why I set up so many decoys. I mean, you saw all the decoys on the map, right? There's a ton of them. I mean, I even... like one-way trip, let's say, my character with the then again I was bitten anyway, with the park ranger car just to pull it into position. I've got the one sitting off in the woods so we don't have zombies come from behind. Yeah, all decoys were dead by the time I got there. Even the spare ones I left there? God damn. Actually, no, I left two. There should be two spares that have fuel, battery, not heaps of battery, but fuel, battery, and are hot wired that were sitting to the right of where the fob is, that were like backups. So if Rev was coming to log back in, we could basically position them in a spot to where he could log back in really safe and clear. But I don't know, I guess people will always just do whatever. So the whole point was to sort of give Rev a spot to log back in at, but I guess I don't know. Is this going to show up at the right point? Is the question mark. Well, we don't need that quite there. We might put that there. This is unpleasant to watch right here, right? Because it's when it fades through, it's going the wrong direction. See how the camera's going to the right, and it switches to going to the left? That hurts your eyeball. It hurts your brain. Your brain's like, I don't know, I don't like that. So we're gonna get rid of that. Almost accidentally deleted the whole section. Right, camera's also moving in the wrong speed, so that one's not going to work for us. We need something moving left to right, mostly left to right. Nope. Oop. Oh, that's moving backwards. That would be moving this way. At what point did I switch to doing... Actually, you know what? Put this one here, potentially. That's where the bass drops, so we need to have something ready to go. That's where we're going to transition to drifting. There's a good chance I'm probably going to use this one. Or what's this one here? Does this? So the good news is with this one here, that pan shot, this one here, right? This one that's highlighted, because it doesn't have any cars moving in anything other than driving around the car park. What I can do with this one is I can do reverse on it. It didn't really work. There's one here somewhere where I ended up inside the car. Where is that shot? And this is why I trim this all down, is so I can just scan through it, and it's all the shots without all the filler in the middle. Ooh, hello, wait a second. Okay, the camera's moving the wrong way for that one. Never mind. Where did I put it? No idea. No idea. Anyway. I'll use this one. Drag this up in the top. Need it right now. Cut that there. Get rid of this part. Sorry. Got there. Slide this forward. Almost. Is this the drift edit? It is the drift edit, the one I didn't get done last weekend. And I haven't made a car this week. It's just been one of those weeks. Actually, that actually kind of looks better like this. But yeah, man. So I haven't been about to go drifting this week. That actually kind of works. Because of that slight drop right where? Right there in the audio. So slight drop right here. Where it like flats in that note. I think I need it just a fraction of a second later. So what we're going to do is we're going to crop that part. Stick it there. Maybe not. There's such thing as, yeah, bro, life's a bitch. Yeah, it sure is sometimes. How you been though? What have you been up to? think just literally like a fraction of a second. Yeah, that'll work. We can work with that. Alright. And then we'll stick something there as well. On there, so let's do the chop on this here. Do that. I want to have no. Where is it? Maybe it is this one. Nope. Sure isn't that one. We might take it from here. Yeah. We can still go for a drift if you want, man. I'm always down to go for a drift. We can go for a drift after this. As long as I get this edit done so I can just upload it tomorrow. It's work, bro. Haven't really been gaming this week. Yeah, man. It'd be like that, huh? Isn't it? Do be like that this week, sadly. That looks alright. I don't know if this song was the right choice, but we're here now. Actually, I've got a shot I can replace this with. Oh, we could do that one actually. Facts. Let's see what happens with this one if we fade this one through. Let's fade it a little bit longer and extend it a little bit more. Right, we want it to kick in like here and be a really long fade. Okay, we can do that, but we and extend the fade out and do this. A lot of people coming around soon, but I'll see what the time is after. Come down for a slide. Yeah, man. If not, it's cool. I've got a busy weekend. Okay, we can slide this one back because there. Let's get rid of that bit. That's a good, bro. You know me, I'm good. We can go for a drift any old time. And I'll have another car made next week. So, this week's just been kind of bad. What I might do actually is just cut it there. And then the drop can be the dark. And then we can do a drift part afterwards. That's kind of rough. See how the camera moves here? Kind of wobbles, right? With the transition. Or it looks like it does. It probably doesn't. Crop that out because I don't like it. Smooth transitions, please. That works. That'll work. We can live with that. The other option we have, hear the beat there? Oh, I could do something interesting with this actually. Okay, so actually, where does that beat start? About there, actually, yeah. New plan. New plan. So, I need a few separate pieces, and I when I was doing these pan shots, I did it with this in mind. So we want to take this section here. All right. This is going to get a bit chaotic. Because I need to do this this here. Okay, so we got we got the sound here, right? Song track, right? I'll drop one there. That didn't work properly the way it's meant to. Nope. This is supposed to go off right when it's making the sound, not in the middle of the pipe. In the pipe, 5 by 5. Boom. 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 The reason I'm doing this will become apparent in a little bit. Some of you who are watching me do this know exactly what I'm going to do with this, but this, I'm sure there's an easier way, like getting AI to auto track the beats, but this is the way I do it. To zoom in more. Pretty much, just gonna do this. All of these beats. No, stupid thing. There we go. Weird. Right, I tried to do it quickly there, but I've never done it that way before. I usually just scrimp and pause through. Let's see, I'm slightly off the money on this one. And now it's tricky to move it because it's going to want to like snap to a little bit. See, I was preemptively clicking it. It's not actually on where the beat comes in. I was clicking it. My body was preempting where the beat was coming in. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do with that is painstakingly make a chop through for this. Okay, so I need to zoom this out because I need to see what I'm doing. Is the use that. Now the first few bits are the most important for the chop through because let's see, we've got I reckon we start from this one. Bam, 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 bam. This one here. Alright, we're going to start from this one here. It's the first one with a real solid. Maybe not. Okay, you might really notice it from that one. And we can't use the, well, we can, but we'll use it later. Right. You need to take like this part of this one. So the idea of this is to like chop and change this around. So we get, right? That's the idea behind it. But when you're doing it, you want to use parts from all over different parts of this edit. So let's go and find some more that are relatively close to the car. Let's go like this here. Basically, we're going to turn all of these shots into an absolute freaking mess that's really hard for us to look at. But it'll look cool, right? It'll look really cool. I can even leave a chop out there for this part because it actually kind of works with that part up there. However, we are going to do this to it, just so it's in the rack, proper with it. Honestly, could have used that other shot that I had, but well. Well, it doesn't quite fit, does it? Let's just put this, so we got right side. We don't want to go like really crazy bright right off the bat. We'll throw a couple in there just to dodge the eye. Yeah. How long does it take you to make a vid like this? Usually about 4 hours. So it can be quite the process. It depends. Depends on if it all just clicks. Sometimes I've got to like, usually going into it, I have like an idea of what I'm going to do. So it'll usually, this one's the long one, the one that takes time. The one that doesn't take time is like the time lapse, which is I take the footage and then I chuck it all together. But yeah, most of the time taken making these as a whole is, I'm going to ripple delete that because I'm going to forget it's there otherwise. We want close-ups. Where's the close-ups? Close-ups, close-ups. Where are the close-ups? They're over here somewhere. Take one of this. Take that. This all makes sense in a bit. It's just, it doesn't make sense right now because it looks weird. And the next part's going to be even crazier, this part along here. Actually, that part kind of works. We can leave that one in. This, well, let's see. Let's take this bit. I actually want to break up this first part, right? I think the first part I do has got to be a break up from the other side. So we go. So what I might actually do is I might actually pan all of these across to the next one along. That's going to suck because these don't all line up. Yeah. This one I came in a bit with an idea on what I'm doing, so it's a little bit better. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just mess around with it for a bit. I actually might start it here, right? That one's not quite right. See, that one was a bit slower. Yeah. Beats happening slightly off on this one. Going back to work. Good luck on the edit. Thanks, dude. But yeah, sometimes it takes me a while to make. One of the reasons I thought, hey, you know what? I'll come in and I'll make a stream of it. It's probably not going to be super popular, but what some of you might like to see the behind the scenes of how it's all pieced together. And this is just this part. This isn't even the drifting yet. Actually, yeah, we can use that part there as well. Excellent. Put it out. We can actually probably use this part here, say, because it's of one of the previous clips. Maybe not. Maybe not. Forgot how slow that part of that shot was. Wait, hold on a second. We can't use this one here, right? That one's not working for us because it's too close to the side of the car that it was in. So we're going to do this. We're going to change it. I'm going to change it up. Come on. Change it up with this one. Drop this back into here. See, now those two don't work together. This one needs to come back a little. Forward. This one needs to come back a little. Move this one up into this spot just because it's better just to have it there. Okay. Now let's see. It's amazing what your eyeball can pick up in the tiniest amount of time, right? As you'll see, this one coming up here is going to be crazy, but it's also going to be amazing because you'll be like, oh my god, my eyeball can actually retain that information from like a microsecond. That's I'll start it from here. Yep. I think I need to take that side one out. That one, yeah. I need to take this one out and swap it out with something else. Because it's too much of the side of the car on that one. This is too much of the side of the car on that one. Doesn't jump around enough. Yeah, that's better. Alright. This one, we haven't even seen what it is, but we'll chuck it in there anyway. Okay, yeah, that'll work. We can work with that. Work with that. And so yeah, this editing floor becomes an absolute freaking nightmare of stuff. But you watch it transform into something freaking awesome. It's gonna be a bit of a mess on this timeline for a good chunk of time. But hold on. That's not lined up. It being lined up with the music is one of the most important parts of this whole bit. Doesn't actually work too bad in there.
Thanks for coming.
All right, so. Okay, my phone's still on, that's also, that's great. Excuse me, just turn this off. Jesus Christ. Let's use this part here. This bit. Oh, okay. There. To be honest, we're probably just going to remove all of these from under here. So we got a bit cleaner of a timeline when it jumps between. Because if it goes black, like if the screen goes black, then I know I've missed a section basically. Alright, so we did, that was a chunk of wheel. So let's try and do like the rear bumper bar, right? Or, no, it's too close to the front, too close to the front, too close to the front. Going the other direction. Let's do this. Take this part. Whoop. Hello. Okay. Okay. And then we probably want to go, we'll just delete that because it's nothing. Okay, the wheel on the other side, but we'll do it down on this, and might work there. It's still too soon, so we're going to put it down here somewhere. So, usually I'm better at remembering what I did. Side of the car, we want. Sometimes this also involves starting the game up again and like going and grabbing another shot. You know what? Let's try it. We can try that part there. Sometimes it involves going and getting more shots as well. Last week's drift edit was like that, so I came out on Sunday instead of one of the other days. Let's see if I put this up in there. Does that work back in here? No, it doesn't. You. So yeah, it's a lot of effort, scrolling. It's not a lot of effort. Look, I mostly enjoy doing this. For the most part, I enjoy doing this. Come on. Here we go. I've put a bit too much of the front bonnet in there, I think. Oh well. It'll sit there for now. It's really hard making these. I'm gonna have to start getting like super zoomed in shots of really weird parts of the car. That's weird, that seemed like a duplicated side, front, side, front, side, front. I gotta stop doing that. Right, I gotta pull this front shot out. I don't think it works. I got too much of the front wheel. I do have too much of the front wheel. It's the front of the car again. Okay. Here's more of the shots. Let's move these ones over. Okay, that one, that one. Let's just scroll all the way up. This one actually could be quite good for the end piece. Actually, no, it won't be, will it? Because it's going to be... Alright, never mind. Never mind. It's going to be a chop through. Well, technically, not a chop through, it's going to be a jump cut. But I actually don't really know the terms for half of what I'm using. I just know how to do it. It's going to be a jump cut. I think a jump cut's the actual term for it. So. This one needs to be for that one, potentially. That one can be long, and we need like another part of this. Back of the car. Nope, because that was also the back of the car, wasn't it? Wait, what? Back. What's that? Okay, it's because it had a wheel in it. See, we went from this one to this one. It's just a little bit too samey. That's all it takes. It's not even from the same part of the car, but it's a little too samey. Oh, this part doesn't quite work. We need it to be a little bit further forward. Okay. This is the part that kind of hurts my eyes because I'm just staring at screen horrible for a bit here. Watch and watch and edit and change it and make it look better, make it look smoother. Oh God. This one's quite a long one. Usually these cut up segments are okay, what I need to do is I need to not do right that one and then this one. It's too much the same. So move this one down here, move that one up here. It's the same part of the car, just from different sides. really hard to do with the amount of like clips. I didn't shoot clips specifically for this part. That's why it's not really the best. And there's a lot of parts that look very much the same on this car. When your brain has enough time to like register the clip, it's actually kind of difficult. When it gets to this part over here, I can start using clips that are pretty much copies of these ones. I try not to though, I like each clip to be different. See, that's too samey as well. Too samey. I have another shot that's like this part. There we go. The good thing about using the clips that I edited out before is I can make sure that even though there's similar clips, they're not exactly the same part. Nope. Super visible part, super samey clip. Drag this one all the way through. Let's watch it from here. Okay, those are slightly off beat. That's why they look weird. So this is happening. It's happening here. Instead of there. Here instead of there. That looks better. Do something interesting on that part. Right, now we can zoom out a bit so I can see more of the timeline. I can get more clips without having to scroll through for forever. Whoa, what is that one? Why is my board stuffing up? Oh God, what have I done? Oh, there we go. It's back. I don't know if there's a category of like come to work with me. What? Why is this not? There we go. I have to turn my freaking mouse pad over. It's starting to like melt. or something. Weird. Okay, this is off because there's a beat right here. That's there. That's where it is. There's one there. These are the ones I did by ear. Reaction time's really slow right there. Here. That one there is good to go. Why are you doing that? It's not where the marker is. Okay, we're going to take some of the best ones on here, like this one. Alright, let's not duplicate on this one, it's clone. Still have to do a thumbnail as well, which is going to be fun. So, there's that. Normally I just go pick more stuff from the actual lineup, but this is going so fast. I can definitely do that with some of them. Oh, forgot how much I zoomed in. Actually, so we do that. those. What else do we want here? We want like a pan out now of the car, because it's going to be one of the last images that people see before it drops in. Actually, yeah, this is a pretty good shot. I'll take that. Move over. Come on. Where are we at? Here's our messy timeline of mess. Might do it with this one actually. Okay. Now let's zoom out, let's watch this back, make sure it's working for our brains. So it doesn't matter if it looks like it's on time, if it doesn't work to your brain when you watch it, then it's wrong. Okay. That one can go. Don't need that one. Alright, it's this one here. Let's do this one here. This a little bit, maybe. I need to rotate these around. Yeah, that'll work. So this one I think needs to be one more back. Zoom in on this again. It needs to be on the right beat track. Here we go. Why does that look wrong? Right, that pan across the roof. Where is it? That's because it comes after this shot. Right, and it's too much the same. This is why when I stream sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I'm a little blind from editing. This is why I'm a little blind from editing. Well, let's do it from here. I don't know if that had ripple delete on it. this, and we'll go effects. Let's go a. Let's go this. Let's do. Lights. Right. Hard light. Right. Now comes the other fun part. Whoops, clicked on the right thing. That was just the pan shots. Now we're going to go get the drifting shots, which when I need to go get the drifting shots, what I do is I go across to metal and say what was this? That was also more pan shots. I probably should have used those, oh well. But basically I go to, that's all the stuff I've clipped out for the edit. Basically, I'm not going to use all of that. But I have, say, 3 hours of footage. And these are all the shots, right? These are all... Yeah, and so all of these are individual clip markers, which I then save out into these, and then you'd think it'd be simple to just export those out, but no. I then have to put them to here, and then when I copy them across, I go file location, and the file is unnamed. I then copy those across to this folder. Wait, this is the, which one's this? S14. S14 folder. I haven't done that yet. Okay. Alright. Okay. Well, you're about to see why it takes me such a long time. Because if I don't want a metal.tv watermark, I have to do it this way. So I can not have a watermark. What's this one? Alright, that's a space one. I think that was supposed to say to Mac as we go, but it doesn't really matter. Now, open file location, copy. It's saved on the same drive just to make things easier. That and my H drive is a 16 terabyte hard drive. Down here, paste it there, and then space. Call it something that I can remember. That to me, I know exactly what that clip is. Cool. And then we go to the next one, and we do the same thing. And yes, I could copy all of these, but then I don't know what they're all named, and then they're going to shuffle around when I change the name, and that's a pain in the ass. So we do it this way. Oh man, I probably just did spoilers for a bunch of things, but fuck it, whatever. This one was, so I have my own sorting system. Was 14. If I put win in front of something, it's probably going in the edit, right? The more capitals are in that, the higher tier I think the clip is, right? So like this is space, but it just starts with a capital S. So it's good, but it's not like I have to use this one, right? And yes, technically this is also duplicating up the footage, but when I cut it across, it sometimes has errors, and that's a problem. Space. So this is kind of the part that takes the time. Damn it. What do I call that one? Closed door, space barrel. Oh. Was it? Hold on. It was full capital. This is the other thing I forget. That's. And this is so when I put it in the editing program, I know what clip it is, so I don't accidentally use twice. Good doors, greenness 13. Okay. This. So a lot of editing is this. The sooner you do the sorting of your clips and footage, the better. If you're just doing highlights, say Twitch highlights, all of the clips from that, so much easier to put together because they're all right there. The unfortunate thing with Twitch is the names don't come across. It just names it something generic. And that's a pain. And what is this? Good doors. Good doors. Good doors. Was greenness 13. So to me, that clip I know is close tandems. It's a win clip with all capitals, which means I'm probably right up on someone's door, right? For at least the part of the clip I want to use. Yeah, so there we go. We've got doors right there. And it's a win clip because we're in like but that guy just spun, so. And my mate's behind me. Technically I'd call that a train clip, but because it got so sketchy at the end, alright, there's the pan shots that I got. Controller died funny. I don't know if I'm going to use that. I got a lot of fails for this one, so. 3-car train, funny, more 3-car train. Okay. How do you procure your Twitch clips? I thought YouTube takes the VOD/clip title into account. No. Well, actually, I don't know when it goes to so yes, when you export it directly to YouTube, yes. But I'm not exporting directly to YouTube. I'm exporting to here so I can edit it. If you want to edit it and you don't want to use Twitch's terrible editor or YouTube's terrible editor, this is kind of the way you end up having to do it. Why did that take so long? Please don't edit it. Did I just copy the wrong thing? Oh no, I did. I didn't. It's 3 minutes long, that's why. No, YouTube clip the downloader software. It's not just for YouTube. It does Twitch and many other platforms. YouTube clip the downloader. I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I've been using this stuff for like this program for over a year. Maybe it's more. Maybe there's less of a manual way to do it. Except the recordings I'm taking here that are in this program in the background, they aren't from YouTube. This is from a different program. Is there a program that could do it better? Maybe. Except this one seems to work with minimal faults. Most of the other ones I've tried have lost clips and all kinds of stuff. And it's highly frustrating when that happens because like I'll spend like 8 hours designing something and then I'll go to take the clip out of the program like what was it? One of them was called something like Win or not Win. What was it? There was I can't remember the name of it because it was was a useless program that kept fucking breaking. It did exactly the same thing that Metal does. Call this one again. Win lead plus space. Whoop, didn't mean to do that. Plus space. Damn it. Space. Okay, there we go. So, yeah. There may be easier ways. I haven't really overly looked into it. I've been doing it this way for over 9 months now. Space. File location. And this works. Is it slow? Yes. Does it mean I make quality videos with exactly the shots I need in them without going through a massive headache all the time? Also, yes. Space. Yes. So yeah, I just go through and I take all the things out, like so. This program though doesn't save the ones I save. There's probably a program that would save it, like all the titles I make for it. Okay, not telling you how to do your stuff, just curious. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Sorry if that came across like I was, yeah. Space. Okay. Alright. 360 space. Yeah. Look, if there was a program that worked, that functioned the exact same way of the one I'm using, that had proof that it worked better, then yeah, sweet. 60 space. Damn it. Keep factoring buttons. And I go to space here, right? Wait, where do I do a 360? Oh, I just do a casual 360. Okay. Well, I can use that as a transition clip, like I did in one of the other edits. Like if there's a slow bit in the song, it's good to have stuff like that. 360, and I think that's the same as this one. It is. It's just the longer version. Space tunnel spot. Unfortunately, turn about tunnel spot. Okay. Nice. Right. What do we got? How much more of this? Oh. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't take that long to do. It's just a pain. I would prefer to have a program that keeps the names across the files. The only reason it doesn't do that is because that pulls it's how its filing system works. And it's a pain in the butt. Right. Space. Flip. MS14 turn. Is this one? Where do I go to space? There we go. And I don't really need to keep that one. Take this one. Even though it's technically not the same paint job, though it is exactly the same color. It's always the way, right? You take out a car that you're not wanting to get footage for, and then you get really good tandem footage with a bunch of people. And then the second I switch back into my car, the train explodes, someone crashes, it's a freaking nightmare, right? And do some tandem. Space. Okay. What's this one? Are we actually going to use this one? Yeah. And sometimes between these, I'll try and figure out which ones I am going to use. Just because I'm crunched on time, I'm mostly just copying it. But usually I go back through and I proof watch stuff now that I've got the front of the edit down and figure out what I want to use in it. Right now I'm just taking all of them. Pause. Okay. I know that's not what that one was called here, but that's what it rings true in my head now. Double space? What's this one? What happened here? Oh, that's why I put double space. Okay. I figured it was that, but I was like, let's just watch this one real quick. So this one is 100%, unless it really doesn't fit with the music or the timing. Space. Double space. That's 100% going in the edit. Alright. Space short. Don't need it, that's just in space. Thought I was far enough back. Don't need that one. This one's going in the edit, 100%. Straight. That one's unnamed, so I don't need it. That one's, what's this one? never get names on these ones? No, here we go. Facebook 3-car train. Whoa. Okay. Doesn't matter, they'll all get named together anyway. Okay. Case. Space evaporated. Okay. Windows, okay. Mid 3-car train, right. Not all of these are going to make it in. But if I ever go to do a big drift edit in the future, then I'll be able to come back through all of these and know what all of these clips are based on my editing system. This was what? Windows, okay. I capitalized the doors, so that means it's a good clip. Or it means the doors were very, very close. Doors. Okay. Mid 3-car train. At this point, when I was sorting, I probably was starting to get tired. What's this one? Was that another car? There it was. Why is this one not named? Oh, right, because it's when the Ram is joining the lobby. Okay. Alright. Because eventually what I'll do, right, is I'll just take all of these, the ones that are in this program, because it auto-deletes at a certain point, but I'll get all of those and I'll end up just deleting them at some point. So by saving them off like this, render, okay, spot. I haven't really shown anyone the sketchy 3-car train. It's not too bad. File location. I think we must have been a little bit floaty. We want it like super smooth. Train, K-spot. Okay. 2+2 car tandems tunnel spot, right. What's this one got in it? And are we going to use it basically? Train, space. This one. So void, we can delete that one because that's on our stream. Okay. to content. Tunnel spot. Tunnel spot. That one's 100% going in. And then what have we got? We got fucking. That was that. Alright, and then that should all be. What was this one? Pan shots. Okay. Just in case I needed more pan shots. And that was today's. Yep. Alright, cool. I played some Project Zomboid without streaming it. Alright, now I've gained all of the clips I need from that, and they're all in here. Now all I need to do is take all of them and upload them into the program. So, come up here like this. Pan shots, pre-render. I don't even think the pre-render's in here. Did we? We don't have the pre-render. Yes. Oh yeah, that's what that would have been. Just unnamed. Right, put those in there. Cool. Beans. It's that, just in case we accidentally delete anything. And now we do. So, just gonna watch this through from the beginning to make sure everything is good. And then I'll do the drift together part. Right, hold on. One thing I noticed, right, is I've got this fade out here. Alright. That's why I did that. Doesn't quite work. Technically, I need to do that. Just do this. Ah, no, I do need to do that. Open. It's a bit better place to start it. Let's start this slightly further down here. It's the same side we're going down. That's a bit of a pain. It is. That looks a little better. Less of a boring spot to transition to. There's more background going on as well. And this transition works a bit better. doesn't work as well there though. I just put it a little bit more forward. Don't worry, we're not going to watch the entire effect round. Just going to watch it from this part. It works better with the camera pan. That's better. So by putting the fade in there, it tells your eye that because without this, right, this transition is just too sharp. That your eyeball's looking over here, and then when it transitions, your eyeball is wanting to look over here, right? So when you're making a transition between these two, if you just jump cut, your eyeball's wanting to look at this, and then your eyeball has to readjust. And by the time your eyeballs readjust, the moment's gone, right? So put a simple fade in here, and it makes your eyeball readjust better instead of just jump cutting it. Is it perfect still? No. Could even get rid of that with a slightly longer one. Kind of forces you to blink a bit. This is also why I go blind sometimes when I'm making these. Yeah, that looks better. It works better with the fade of the music too. Yeah. Alright, cool. Okay, so I need this transitional shot in here to be not that one. Because it sucks. So I'm going to put it there. Just in case it doesn't suck, and we suck, but let's see. Where we got it? Did we put that in yet? Nope. Cool. Get rid of this one. It's not quite right. That works. Maybe just a little less. Wait, I didn't change anything there. Literally change nothing. You want to bring this way, the teensiest bit. Right. That looks a little better. This transition here is a little problematic though. It works. It's a bit jarring, but it works. Alright. It's better than what was there. What was there was too dark. one of these looked a bit weird. I think it's the one where I did the inside of the car, right? Because everywhere else is lit up. This one. This one looks a bit weird. I need to get rid of that one. We can put in instead. What's the other side of this one? We got. Wait, seriously, wait, hold on. Okay, that's the inside one. We have a outside the front of the car and the back. So we could do the bonnet, maybe? Sure. Let's do that. Let's see if that'll work. Clipped into this part. Yep, it works. Okay. Now we get rid of everything else. Bam. Wait, no, still something else somewhere. There it is. Still a bunch of crap all the way up here. Oh, that's a good transitional shot. Look at that. Oh well, we've already made our edit. I don't want to mess around on the what ifs. Okay, so we need a really fire clip that probably is a left hand corner to jump that into, and it's gotta be nighttime. It's gotta be a nighttime clip. What's this one? Best 2 car 2. Right. Come on. Now, here comes the fun part. I need the sound, not the talking that my mate and I were doing, and not them together, which is the blue part of the track. So what I need to do is I need to edit this so it jumps straight into the action, which is like, where are we doing the action part at? This was the transition, yeah, so it's after this part that I probably want to use. Right there. Right. Take that. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Use this. Use that. Oh geez. No. Come on, program. Here we go. Okay. Probably won't need that piece on there. Probably gonna go right from this part here. In all honesty. That'll work kind of good. And we go to transition here. I can use that as a fade point. Cool. I'll get rid of that. What is the rest of this clip looking like? Went through, we came back through here. Ooh, this one was a good one though. But I didn't have a guy behind me for that one. So, and then we crashed here, right? Oh yeah, it was a space clip. Okay. Right. So that's our first part. Can use that as a transition point. Right there. Right there's where the transition point will be. I always leave a little bit, right, of the clip after it. So I have something to blend it into if I need to blend the clips. We got S2 to 2, and then we're doing a transition from a right-hander into a left-hander. You have anything like that? 3-card train. Okay, I guess it's just gonna chuck it in right at the end there. That's fine. And see, it's moved the audio because it did that. So, yeah, fun. And then we go right to left, and we need. Oh, that actually could make a solid transition right there. Interesting, actually. We might be able to do just a solid jump cut. Wouldn't that be excellent? Wouldn't that be fortuitous for us? Be very fortuitous if we could just do it this way. This is bugging out the audio. Okay, so this starts full sideways. That's the problem. That is the problem. This clip would have to start just a little bit later. We could do that, actually. Could in fact do that with this clip. Take this out. How much is that out by? 299, 699. 400ths of a second. It's not exact, but it'll work. Wrong button. Alright. There. This one here. Did I practically nail it? I think I practically nailed it. I think I practically nailed it. That transitional. Except the audio doesn't quite line up with it. So I'm going to go like this. Okay. We're going to start it from there instead. See how that looks. Gonna catch some Z's. Alright, dude. Well, thanks for stopping by, man. Hopefully this has been a little bit of an eye-opener into the editing process. I don't know, I thought it'd just be an interesting thing to do. And it'd help me stay focused too. Because I've been getting distracted from doing this all day, and now it's like almost 7 o'clock at night. I think what I might do is try and blend fade this, actually. I might try and blend fade this. It's always interesting to see other people's process and thinking. Exactly, right? Jump cut works better. Yeah. Question is this the right part of the thing that I should have jumped it to? Doesn't quite work. Anyway, see ya, man. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate that. I should chop it closer to this. Oh yeah, there's someone. That's why I put funny in there. Someone was like drift car hatting it. Alright, cool. Should I not to? What else is in this clip? It gets a bit messy. That's not too bad. That's messy. At the end of the song. Oh yeah, that's right, it's only a short one this week. Could try and remix the songs together, but I don't know if that's gonna work well. Alrighty. It is some decent tandeming. Nothing super smooth though. Nothing super smooth though. And that's what a bug is. Yeah, okay. What I might do, put the transition point there. Okay, I don't know why I can't ripple delete this as well. Right now, but I guess I can't ripple delete that as well. Well, that's kind of cool. Ooh. How many ticks are in that? 3. that make you go, we could, for example, put it up here. Let's see what the fade for that is. It was in the corner way longer. Oh, okay, that ain't gonna work. My idea was to like crossfade it through, potentially. We could still do that actually. So, what I can do is I can extend this out. Where does the corner transition? Right, he starts transitioning here. That's where the weight shift is. That's where the weight shift is right here. You can see the weight shift to the front right there. The weight shift to the car. Right, so about there. Now we want to just line these two up. That's not normally how I do it. Normally I do it more manually than that, but yeah. See what the fade does for this one. Okay, so the fade pretty much lines up perfectly on that. Excellent. We're not going to fade it though. Going to see these ones here. I'm going to chop it in like this. Oh boy. So. Frustrating that does that. I have to really zoom this in. That's not good. Take these out. Let's see if we can do the. Wait, what happened there? Some more of that. Oh yeah. Look at that. So now we have. Kind of works, but we kind of need to take the opacity of these down so we don't end up giving someone a freaking seizure. The first one we'll have at 60, the second one we'll have at 80, and the next one we'll have at 100, right? Okay, I'll just have them all at 100. I'll do this one to make it work. Ah, that's why. Sound's going off before the. Oh. Right, so actually what's happening here. The reason it's looking weird is the sound is going off before the. That's a shame. No. The sound's coming in, like the snare's coming in before the clips, technically. Oh, very, very fast. Okay. I honestly think I just need to lessen the amount that these are on screen for. Put you on there for 0.50, 50, 50. Yeah, that's about right. What we can do, however, maybe is like darken this down. Take out the blues. Yeah. Okay, well, cool. I might just fade it out, I think. No? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Too much fade out. That's kind of a cool transition. A little bit hard to look at though. It's not super smooth. Let's watch the car. That's better than nothing. It's interesting at least. So there we go. We'll rock and roll with that. What about that part? Actually, in reality, I think I'm probably best bringing the clip in, and I know I just did all that work, but then I'm probably best bringing the clip in right there. Right on that exhaust fire. Right. Right on this exhaust fire, right here. And we will do the exact same thing we just did, but with this clip, and then we'll see if it works. Probably should put markers where each one of these are on the track. They don't look accurate to the sound thing, but that's the thing. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what it looks like on the sound thing as long as it looks good when you watch it. This needs to also not have the fade right now. Oh, wait, hold on. That's not going to transition as hard because that corner wasn't a hard transition. I just realized something. I think this is a hard transition corner. Yeah, we were already in the transition on that one. From way back here. Okay, that's not gonna work. Bummer. Alright, we'll just keep this part. Those parts. Drop it here right before that accident happens. Is this part? Oh, that's the rest of it. Oops. Bam. And this is a transition where we have a long sweeping right. So we'll find a, is that daytime? Not really, but it's bright enough that we could get away with the daytime switch part. Space. Bring that drop down. Could put us in that, I think. that's not. Where does that start at? Bottom of here. Damn it. Okay, we can use this one. Use this one halfway through its clip cycle. Alright, so we need a big right hand sweeper. Like this. Right hand sweeper like this. What did I do there? I did the wrong thing. Or did I? No, yeah. That and that. And that. Get rid of those. Right, so I want it back here. Where the transition in the song is, and then it doesn't quite line up. That's annoying. Well, cars ahead more. Car in this shot because I'd slowed down. Just see if this lines up. Could do it there too. Honestly, we might need to do it further down here. Yep, we need to do it here. And here. I'll do that as a massive transition spot. Nope, that doesn't work. Actually, maybe that's what I can do. Let's take this end piece here off. This. We'll transition it sooner. Oh no, there's a fade in. I'll fade out. It's better. That works. That's good enough anyway. See if the clip works with the song though. Oops, that's the one where everybody goes to space. Where's the song end? Too far away for that to be the thing. Okay. Question is, can we transition it out? Nope. Right, so this one isn't going to work. This front part works though. Maybe we put some funniness right in the middle of it. Let's see. So like, it's this point here. So if we put a transition mild left. So let's look for a mild left. Do we use tunnel doors? Tunnel 3 car. Two plus twos, 3 car train. We have not used tunnel doors. Okay. We might be able to switch these clips up here. Because we've got two of the clips that are in the same spot. That one. There. Mild lefty out of the cut, so it's going to be here. Oh, I went to the end of the sec. Accidentally pressing the wrong button. Wait, hold on. No, that's the part we need. Is that the part where I clonked the... That's not really the best... part of the drifting anyway. Put this one in actually. Keep clunking the wall. What's wrong with me in there? Not normal for that, but that's what. Okay, that's not working. That's too much hitting the wall. That one's okay. We can use the part from this one, I think. That's the second line. Yes. Thank you. Oh shit.
If you need it, now
I'm streaming.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Right. Shoot. Well. All my roommates are lovely people. They're like, hey, we bought food. Here's a heap of food. You've been editing for like hours, and I'm like, I'm not just editing, I'm streaming out too. Oh boy. Look at that transition. Oh, the car's gone. Right. Take it from there. Ugh. I got a whole thing of chips sitting on my stomach. That's hilarious. That one. Alright, that's quite a long clip. It looks like a long clip, but then we actually zoom out the timeline. It's not so bad. Holy crap. That's all. Holy crap. Okay. Pardon me, you may hear me chewing a little bit. Holy crap, that's full. Right, where's our transition point here? There, I think. There. Yeah, that's probably the best bet. Okay. So decisions. We can, yeah, we'll clip it there. Put one in there. Put one in there. Oh, I can't press the fucking thing because of the food in the way. You know what? Might as well take it right on the marker. I think this one's going to be a jump cut anyway, so. There we go. Right. It's a sneaky cut there. I'm not sure if I like that. I could fade it there, in all honesty. Oh, it's gherkins. That just kind of works. Okay, so you have a left-hand slide, double space, tunnel 3 car. We have used could use the sketchy one of these three colours. Oh, that's right, it goes to space there. Sketchy. It's with a random. Is that not? And then Tunnel Doors K, BK's Chief. Is this one not better for that? This one's probably better for that. Let's see. Nope, not that one. Okay, so ramming. It wasn't the best shots, to be honest, in this one. You know what? We can use this one. This one will work. So we got a transition down gutter, slight left. This one will work, down gutter, slight left. Probably transition it to right there. Ugh. Okay. Crap, this is where the song ends. Damn it. We could use the tail end of it. That might work. Yeah, this part. But then we don't have the third car, which is a pain. This is a lot smoother, but the third car is definitely cooler. Alright. We could chop it a little bit later in the piece. Alright. We got a down left transition, so let's transition it here on the straighten. Right here. Let's hit it here. Let's get this one here as the transition points. That back to our marker. Maybe not. Let's see. So this one's going. Oops. Didn't mean to delete both. So if I press Control Z, it undoes. If I press Control X, which is right next to Z, it deletes. Which is a pain. That's a nice enough transition. Fast enough you won't notice. Unless you may, because I know the switch. Okay, so I'm going to crop it there. And we're going to add the clips that have bloopers on the end before the song ends to the end of this. So we want left. Okay, this will work. Now for this one, we do want the audio, so yeah, it's a bit of a pain. So let's just take it from here. Make the main, and then take these three. See if that matches flush with that. Sort of. Should probably take it from like here. I don't know if that's on a beat. Let's hope for a happy accident. Move those over here. Okay, so we won't need our voices until somewhere. Where is it? It's like here, right? Oh yeah, there. Maybe I use this part here. Maybe I could just crop it here instead. And we send it from this part, because it's a lot of video that is in that bit that I don't really need. This part's the blooper part. So I'm gonna rock this forward. Right, so what we might do is this. Yeah, I figured it would do that. Okay. It's not quite a nice transition. It isn't too bad, it's just maybe just a bit longer a bit. Not quite. No. You know what? We'll use a different blooper. We'll use a different blooper. That was just like a regular one. What's this one? Got it up here somewhere. It's like win double space. Right? Yeah. Okay, and I just applied it to the timeline, man. To the timeline. You know what? That looks like an okay jump cut right there. Just by accident. Nah. Not the best. That, and then where's another blooper? That was actually really good drifting right there. Okay, alright. Okay, here, yeah, alright. It's easier when I don't have the soundtrack in the middle. Sometimes I move it out of the way when I'm doing the edit, but I like being able to see where the beats are usually, so most of the time I don't. That's why, because that's on still. Flip. Wow. Whilst this camera does its quick spin there, That's where we'll transition to these clips here, because the blur will hopefully help scene transition. Nope, did the polar opposite. Made it look worse. Next blooper. Oh, they're the same ones. Lol. Audio file. Oh, so many tricks. Whoa. Looks like I wrote K-pop there for a second. Oh, there we go, that's where it was. It's not super noticeable, so let's just get rid of that. Alright. So honestly, I might swap these ones around. Come on now, program. Don't be a bitch, yeah? works better there. Stick this one up there now. Keep it all together. That goes for almost at 5 minutes. Where's the other one? Where's our space LCS one? That's double space. Where's the LCS one? Across. I thought I got more room to scroll. Might be a little bit more than 5 minutes of video. Okay. So, it's 5:07. Right, where's the clip that I wanted? I'm sure it's in here, but I can't find it. So, space, it's literally just called space LCS. It's seriously not even copy across. Ah, didn't even copy across. What do you know? So we get a double audio feed. See how we can shorten this down. I mean, I could upload it at however many seconds it is. 5.5. Again, we got it here. this down a bit more. Do that. Goes that. That's at 5 minutes 30 seconds. Okay. And now what we do is we go back up to here. That's the, okay, so what we're going to do here is, because I've got it saved, we need to go save project as. I'm about to see how many CarX Street projects there have been. X Street. Let me just. Skills. Skills, S14. Montage, drift. Montage. Straight, skills, S14, drift, montage. Okay. Save it as that. Because before, actually, I've done all of this without even saving. That's a really bad idea. Always save your projects. Because otherwise you can lose them. Anyway, we're going to come back into our file cache here. Grab our end screen card. Put this in here. This goes for 4 seconds. We probably want it to go for like 6. In all honesty, 6 seconds of end card. Wait, why did that have like such a... See how the camera just popped there? That's really weird. It's not actually a jump cut, that's just like the game doing something weird. Okay. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut this here, and then we're going to go to our effects, our favorites. I'm already in our favorites. That's right, we were using them earlier. And yeah, let's use this one. This might work. Not quite. We need to be a little bit sooner on this. there. Just gonna go with an intense blur, I think. Okay. Let's go like 7 of 7, something like that. And then oh boy, can't do it that way. What if we did? Okay, that'll work. We can live with that. Now comes the interesting part. Go back through when we proof watched the entire thing, just to make sure I didn't completely balls something up or put in double clips. That's a little jarring. Okay, I want to try something. What is it? Like here? what I want to try, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to cut out the sections where I'm doing these transitional shots, right? Alrighty. Wait, where's the button for it? There. Alright, I'm going to cut those out. And we're going to put these on their own channel up here. Might do is just drag one of these. Let's go one of these up here because I don't think I've used one of those tracks. What we're going to do is we're going to just drag these up onto their own track and take them out. I want to see if this looks better with it blacking out. Yeah, thought so. So this section with this looks bad, right? If I just take it out, a little bit better. Yeah, looks a little better. Looks better than what was there, anyway. So. All right. Right, okay, so I'm fairly certain the rest of this is good because I was there when I made it. So I'm going to save this. Oh, I'm going to save this. I'm going to export it. Now when we export it, we want to put it in quality high. What that means for high quality, for YouTube, basically your movie quality, you want it in H.264. This is your outputs. You got an AV1 and an MPEG-4, right? H.264 is what movie studios use. That is the rendering that they use for like movie making. So anytime you want to do movie making stuff, has to be rendered in H.264. I mean, actually, technically H.264 is for Australian stuff. There is a different one for the Americans and for different areas. From memory, that's how it works anyway. It was like, what, 15 years ago when I did movie making? So, frame rate, all of this is alright. We could turn this all the way up, to be honest. Make it even higher quality. We may as well do that. Okay. And then we're going to hit render. And now we have to wait for this to render. This is why I get distracted so much, because it can take a long time to render these. This one won't take a long time because it's quite a short video. Probably like a minute. Might even take less. Look at that. Oh, no shot. It's going to do it nice and quickly, actually. Huh. There you go. You know why this is? Because I did way more jump cuts than blend transitions. If I do a heap of blend transitions, it takes way longer. Alright, now we can open that in the output folder, and it's right here. Now, what we want to do, where's my YouTube? Other people streaming. We're going to go on what I was doing down here to my YouTube. Upload a video, get blinded for 5 seconds, and now we have the Dropbox to upload the video. So what we're going to do here, that's the wrong one, don't need that folder anymore, is drop it in here. The reason I do this first is because this now is processing this upload, and then I have however long I want to do that, but it is currently uploading. The reason I do that is now I got to go do the thumbnail. This is the one for last week's video because it was the paint this one, and so I've got all the ones from all the previous cars from months and months and months. I mean, they're all here, and that's the whole list right there of all the cars. I mean, this one, for example, was, I darkened the background, so the font that I had on it at the time was easier to see. So there's that. Now what we're going to do is grab the standard photo. Don't need that anymore. Save it. What have we got here? Okay, that's all my Twitch stuff. Right, so, I think it's in the correct space. We can just go Steam screenshots. Open a new tab. Right, and here's all my Steam screenshots. Now, somewhere here, I have whatever shot I was wanting to use as the cars we drift this. So there's the ones that I was using for the... I actually think I went in and took more of them. I don't remember. But, yeah, here's what it is. We can use this anyway. This one, or Steam. Games. I did take more, I just haven't saved them yet. We could put we drift this on that one. Same with that one. That's the other paint job I did for it that I didn't end up keeping because it was pretty super basic, but it's like spec error. Put that one up. That might work. Oh yeah, and then there's all the close-ups for the car guessing game. I guess if you watch this, you can't play the car guessing game. That's on the Discord. Bummer. Alright. Either that or you just guess the car first up. Save image. Oh, it does already exist. Stuff up, we'll just override it. Doesn't matter. I did already grab it, so did I really? Is it really in here somewhere? Where the heck? Where did it end up saving it? Normally these save it like right at the bottom. So like here's all the stuff I've taken of all the cars I've painted over the course of almost a year. Maybe it did save it at the bottom. It'd be weird if it did that. And there's the last one. It did save it at the bottom. Where did it save that photo is the question. That's probably it there, to be honest. favorite cars. Let's see. Could just go take a photo of it drifting. I might do that. Because it would be better to have a we drift this with the car actually drifting. And that's why I start the video uploading. That's why I start the video uploading first. Because it can be doing that whilst I'm like, I need a better thumbnail photo. So I'm going to go play the game and get a shot of what I need for the thumbnail whilst the video is uploading. Just takes less time, basically. Alright. So now, I'm going to start the game up. Can't remember what car I was drifting last. Hopefully this one. Hydrated. Game takes quite a hot minute to load. Right. To mute this music. Thank you. Alright. Here's the car. Now, we did mostly street spot and night drifting, which kind of want a night drifting spot, so I don't know. Let's see, what's this look like? Come on. I've got my camera set really slow to do pan shots. It's not great actually. Should probably do movement speed. Yeah, that'll be better. Much better. Something like that, maybe. Off there. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get the team on the side of the car to show up as black. There. There we go, that, and then we will take one from slightly further this way. Probably like so. And one from further out just in case we need environment. Oops. Hardest camera angle to drive in. Whoops. Case in point, hardest Angle to drive in. Yep. And we're under a bridge pylon. Yeah. Alright. We're just gonna chuck it up to the toge and grab some shots of it there. And how's everybody's week going? Let me know. How's your week today? How's your week today? Wow. Can't tell I'm tired at all. Not one bit. Just gotta make the thumbnail yet. And this is sometimes the part where I get distracted and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just go and then I spend half the night drifting. Let's remember what we're here for, and that is getting the shot. Alright, come on. Come on. Come on. The fact that the roof is white means this doesn't pop too easily. It's actually kind of helpful having the streaming window up because I can see it in like a thumbnail form. Because it looks fine on my TV, but then well, actually it looks terrible on my TV, but then you look at it in a thumbnail form and it's actually not too bad. I hate how the front windscreen when you're drifting sometimes chunks out. Oh, actually that's nice. Nice angle. Oh, God, I hate how finicky the zoom on this is. There we go. That might actually work quite nicely. Alright. Now that we've got those, before I get distracted and start drifting and spend the entire night playing the game, I'm gonna go make the thumbnail. Metal also just recorded that. Wherever it put it, there it goes. Let's go thumbnail, and then let's go Steam. What have we got here? That one's pretty cool looking. We could use that. The white on white doesn't look the best. I could darken. Probably what I'll do is I'll darken the background. I'll show you how I do that in a second. That one's also really good. We could use that as the we drift this. I don't know. What do you guys reckon? What would you guys click on more? Because I've looked at so many of these, I don't know anymore. It's so hard to be like, oh yeah, that's definitely something someone would click on. That one actually looks pretty decent. Alright, let's take this one. Save that one off. And then we'll save this one as well, just to be on the safe side. Even though this part of dirt over here probably breaks the image up a little bit too much for my exact liking. This one. Drift this. That one. That one's pretty good. We might be able to use that one. Okay, so. Thing doing the thing. Steam screenshots. Where are the things I just took? Where indeed are the things I just took? Game? Game? I mean computer? Need to put them all the way at the bottom. Where are they? Yes, it did, for some reason. Okay. I reckon that one would work. We can put like, we drift this on it. Transfer that across. Yeah, I think that's the best one to go with. Right, so, now that I have this, which is going to be our thumbnail, do this. Basically just going to click and copy the image, and then I need to move that. We're going to go paste it here. It's not we paint this week. So somewhere up here I have my we paint this. I also have we drift this. So we're going to do with those. Put on we drift this. Use the thing to move it down a bit. Move it down to, well, actually, keep it centered. That's not its final position. Don't worry. We're not that dumb. Take this though. Control T brings up our ability to manipulate the image, per se. I'm going to, should we do this one? I'm just looking at my side picture there of what it will its final form. Right, so we're going to do that. And then what we're going to do here, well, actually first we're just going to move all of them. Again, we get this in the right spot. That in the right spot. I see it isn't going to matter. We should just do it this way. Just do it by eye. It's going to work a bit better. Here maybe. Yes. Oh boy. The wrong ones. Selected the wrong ones. Oh no. This is too far away now. Drift this. Okay. And one thing I can do, right? So that's those. Turn those off for now. We drift this. Actually, that could work. Could work just being that. Okay. That could work. Because that's too bright. Anyway. Again, I'm looking at this image here just as I move this because my eyes are a little blurry right now after doing all that editing, which is annoying, but not much I can do about it now. Now one thing I can do, see how this way down here is a little bit out of whack. I can come back down to the car image, create a new layer directly above it, copy some of this foam smoke. We're just gonna paint out one, right? Just a little bit, 2 extra wisps. Give it some more volume. Right. Maybe a little bit off the front here too. Too much. Right. Now it's got that little bit more volume. I put some volume up the back just to cloud this off a bit. Give it that more volumetric because the game really kind of blows the smoke out. I half the time end up just making it look more. Alrighty. No, too much on that one. There you go. And then there's a little bit more of an element behind the. That's too much. Yeah, it's a little bit more of an element behind the way part here. I'm going to do that. No. You do it like this. Right, and that just helps that pop a little bit more, I think. Right, that'll work. We can do that. Right, save as. Oops. And because it's YouTube, I save it as a JPEG. This means slightly less file size. All right. There we go. And now we have our thumbnail. And all we have to do is find it in here. Where are we at? The fact that I can't see it straight away is, there we go. There we go. Excellent. Streets. Not made for kids. There's actually an option for this now that you can set up, so whenever you go to put a video up, it automatically will choose the one you choose in that setting, so you don't accidentally screw yourself over as a creator, which is pleasant. Right, now I need to channel again. Grab the last video I put up. This one, because this will have the tags. God, flashbang again. Thank you. Or bam. Okay. That's everything I need from that. It would be nice if they just had used tags from last video. Style. Oops. Twitch. Yeah. Twitch. Okay. Video language. The song is in English. So English. Recording date. Today. Yes, yes, yes. Gaming. There we go. Thank you. Right, now we go video elements import from another video. Go to the back here. And they appear here. Hopefully we can do them short enough. We can. Good, good, good. Let's come up like so. Okay. That off. Cards. Streets. Doing life. There we go. CarX. Save that there. Initial check. Copyrighted material. However, the owner allows the content to be used on YouTube. This right here is what saves your ass as a YouTuber who wants to put actual like music and things instead of using generic shit. Right, let me just double check the details. I didn't put a thing in. Oops, we drift this. Oops. Thanks to the community. Why is it not doing the at? Hey, why are you not doing the at? What the heck? Why are you not doing the at? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay. Why is this doing this thing? Okay, we are logged in as that. Why is it? Okay, weird. No idea. Let's see. Song. What did I use again? I used. Forward York. I like Forward. They're good because it means you can, like, they have copyright free basically music. Okay. That's all of that. And then that's all of that. That's all of that. And then I can schedule it for tomorrow, which is 13th of the 6th for my time zone. Oh, we're plus 10, not plus 11. Never mind. Tomorrow at, say, sometime in the morning. Let's go like 5:30 in the morning. I mean, it's up all day. Bam. Scheduled. And there we go. That's how we make our edit. And then I will copy this and I'll chuck it up in the thing, and there we go. And that was last week's, and that's this one, and it comes out tomorrow, and there we go. What I will do, however, is I will choose someone to raid, so don't you guys go nowhere. We will find some lovely person who we can raid into. In fact, I will even show doing that. Why is this? Where is my? There it is. Why have you done that? That's very annoying. Tube was on. Who do you guys feel like raiding? You have anyone in mind who you'd like to send a raid through to? You can send it through to Imagery. He's only got one person on right now. I normally stream Project Zomboid, so I've not really got anyone up who's just doing their thing. Tell you what, we'll raid Imagery. How's that sound? Imagery's playing some Project Zomboid, which is what I would normally play. Why is this doing this now? Come on. I didn't tell you to be a pain. And what? No! Why is it doing that? I don't know why it's doing that. And it's bloody fucking annoying. No! It's done that. No! Okay. Why is it doing this? No. I don't know why it's doing this. New browser. Did I accidentally click something? I bet I accidentally clicked something, and now it's doing this. But whatever. We're gonna raid imagery. Just because we may as well. There's not really anyone else I know I can really raid right now, and I'm sure he would be much appreciative of all you lovely people going and saying hello. So we're gonna go raid imagery right now. Ah, 2 people left. Oh well. Why is the? I'm gonna have to fix this. I don't know why it's doing that. That's freaking frustrating. Do not hide was. I don't know why I did that. Cool. Alright, well, I will send you lovely people over to imagery. Thank you so much for joining me and watching us create essentially kind of what I do for work. Oh god, that just started playing an ad. But basically what I do for work, but don't get paid for. So, good times. So that will be up tomorrow. That will go live tomorrow. But again, there's an ad starting on my channel soon, so I'm not going to make you guys go through that. So I'm going to say goodbye here. I'm going to send the raid over to imagery, and oh wait, let's make sure his ad break's finished first, because I don't want to send you guys immediately into an ad break. Awesome. My ad break's going to start. So I'm going to send you whilst we're in my ad break, so you guys don't have to watch his ad break. Sound good? Sound good. Awesome. Oh, it's going to send it anyway. Fuck.